You. What up? He said, damn, I wasn't first. What is this music? Oh, from Mother 4. Skip. Mm. So quick question before the stream starts, but did you guys use buses on Mega Man Zero games or try to go on the saber? I'm pretty sure at some point I tried playing like a saber only run. I feel like everyone did at some point. But yeah. Tis Monday. Start to another week. All right. Personally like the buster, so I use it very often, but I added saber tags as well. Gotcha. Nothing wrong with that. It's too cold here in Argentina. You Argentina? Sheesh. Didn't get out of bed yet. We're dealing with too much heat over here in the States. Granted, mornings have been cooler. I guess we're getting closer to fall, so I'm from Chile. It's cold as fuck here too. All right, let's go ahead and switch it. Like I said, he's my neighbor basically. Gotcha. All right, so today be a little bit of a short one. I'm kind of short on time. Got a lot of stuff I gotta take care of today. So I'm gonna work on one thing in particular. Wasn't really able to get much done over the weekend either. So yeah, I'm pretty much gonna be kind of making a big push to get a lot of stuff wrapped up so I can get that devlog out Saturday. Hunter, what's up? But my original plan over the weekend was to get the elemental variants of everything set up, and I didn't. I got stuck. And then life be lifing, had to take care of a bunch of other stuff. But here's what I did get. So let's see. I'll start with this. I fixed the attacks having the right element when the enemy was hit, because remember during Friday's stream the fire attacks were still having different element effects when they hit the enemy, so now they're set up right. And then I started working on the thunder versions of the special attacks. So everything's good for thunder except for the plus version of Raijin. So what I wanted it to be is I wanted it to have a follow-up after this, which would be a gap closer. But it had to connect first, and zero needs to be locked onto the enemy in order for it to function the way I have it planned out in my head. So the idea was zero hits the enemy with this, it hit confirms, and then after that he will essentially teleport in front of the enemy, do 2 hits. One's like an upward slash. I already got the animations picked out. So one is an upward slash, the other one's a down slash, which would bound the enemy off the floor and set up for some follow-ups. So yeah, I got the animations picked out. What I didn't do was actually, start to code it, because that entire segment, like that attack, is going to be more code driven than animation driven. So there's a lot of stuff I have to, I'm pretty sure there's some things I'm going to have to kind of undo in order to make it work the way I see it in my head. So we'll see. So that's the plan for today, is just to do Raijin Plus. And this was my attempt at Raijin show. So I know Raijin show is like a tornado, electric tornado. I kind of just went with this. It's just a visual. Functionally, it's still just this. They said, yeah, stuff happens all the time. Yeah. Tornado would be better for win. Yeah, it's Raijin show is basically like it's swirling electricity that looks like a tornado. But I couldn't get the look I wanted, so I kind of just went with this. Like Raijin show is essentially this, but in the middle, like right around zero, there's a vortex. And it's like blue electricity instead of yellow, but kind of the theme we got right now is just thunder is yellow, sparks. He just throw 2? He did. That might have to investigate. But not today. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with that. So I already have the animations put into Zero's animator, but instead of putting him for how I normally do his attacks up here for these 2 layers, I put it down here in full body. So this is basically just a layer that overrides all that stuff, and I use it for couple things really. Zero's hurt states. Got the recoil rod air dash. I just realized I have two of the same thing. The Tatsumaki's in here. All right, just so I don't need two of the same thing, so let me just move that to here. All right, so basically the plan is when the follow-up starts, Zero does this animation. See if I can stretch this to show you what it's gonna look like. It's hard to make lightning do curves, so stuff like upper is gonna be hard. Right. All right, so when the attack starts, Zero uses Raijin Gege, it connects. The follow-up starts, and I needed a placeholder animation for this part because the way I'm planning it out is Zero's going to basically teleport, right? So I already know how I'm going to disable his renderer and all that other stuff, but there needs to be an animation in place while that happens, because the way he's coded is when an animation for an attack finishes, if it doesn't go into anything else, it switches Zero out of his attack state and into an idle. But I don't need him to go into an idle, I need him to stay in his attack state. So once the follow-up starts, it goes into this animation, which you won't see. Like, it's going to be hidden. His renders, his mesh renderer and all that are going to be cut off, so you won't see it. Instead, you'll see like a flash step basically. So it'll go into this animation and it'll just sit on the last frame, but like I said, you won't see it. It's mainly just to keep him in his attack state. This is where the code takes over, moves Zero over to the enemy, at which point it goes into this animation, which is the same animation. I kind of just copied it and cut it into different groups of keyframes. But which I have to cut this one and get rid of this part, but it'll start probably like right here. So teleport ends up in front of the enemy, does actually, I might start it from here. Yeah, I might start from here. Does this little upward slash, down slash, and then the down slash is actually going to freeze right about here-ish. Maybe here. And it's gonna hold this frame. When it holds this frame, it's going to move Zero and the enemy that he just followed up on. It's going to send them both straight down to the ground. For Zero, it's going to be another of those teleports. So once it hits this frame, mesh renderer turns off, so Zero's invisible, but you'll see like the flash step particles, or maybe a bolt of electricity. I'm not sure yet. Right now I'm just focused on functionality. So Zero's on this frame, enemies fall to the ground, Zero is following the enemy to the ground, and when Zero hits the ground, the animation finishes. Like, it'll start from like right here and play out. And then from there, I'm gonna make sure I set it up where the player doesn't have to wait all of these recovery frames to follow up. So you'll be able to get out of this animation and actually do the follow-up. That's the plan. I think I already got the attack script set up. Yeah. So that's something I don't have to worry about. But yeah, the other reason why I wanted to set it up here on the full body instead of these two is because if I had set it up for one of these two layers, I would have to actually do it twice. Like the same thing I did with all his other attacks, but I feel like the animation works in a way where I don't have to worry too much about the appearance of his legs during the attacks, which is the real reason why I have these two layers. I think it'll be fine here. Oops, right there. So we got a code. All right, so the way I'm breaking this down, I want to get the teleport over to the enemy done first. Well, I want to get the hit confirm done first, then the teleport. After the teleport, that's when I'll do the hitbox for the attack, like the 2 follow-up swings, the spike downward, the teleport downward, and then exiting that follow-up. So that's going to be the workflow for this. But where do I want to put this? Yeah, I can put it right here since this is like Raijin Geki related stuff. We're gonna need the hit confirm first. So this is gonna involve the hitbox too. All right. All right, so it's definitely gonna be a coroutine. And let's see. Definitely going to need, I would normally put this at the top of the script, but actually gotta stay organized. Let me put this up here. Would it be a state or? You can put it here. Raijin Geki plus. Crazy long variable names, which I probably could make it a state, but nah, we'll just go with this. All right. Why did I do that? Why did I camel case that? There we go. And I think it's probably best if do that, pass the target in here, because I'm trying to think of potential ways that this move could break. That since it's reliant on who you're locked onto, So one potential issue I can see in my head is if you lock onto the enemy, do Raijin Geki, start the follow-up, and then you break the lock on, like if you just cut off your lock on during the attack, that could be an issue. So if the hitbox essentially takes a snapshot of the target when the hit confirms, sends it here through this, it doesn't matter if you break the lock on or not, because it's going to have this reference to who you're going to be following up on. And I think on the hitbox, I'll have it checked to see if the target dies on that initial hit. If that case, this will never happen. Like there's nothing to follow up on if the enemy blows up the moment you hit the first attack to confirm it. There's also going to be some checks in here too. So let's see. Whoa. And then that's going to pass this into this. I'm starting to think this might not be necessary. But I do need this one. Matter of fact, I'll put it in here. Whoa. So basically a foolproof just in case someone attempts something funny. Right. Do stuff. So yeah, basically this happens, like the hitbox is going to check and see if the hit gets confirmed. It's going to send that over here to Zero's control script. Do this. And pass the target, which goes into this. And when it starts, it's going to say you're doing the follow-up, set it to true. All the movement stuff's going to happen here. And at the end of it, it cuts this off, which should send Zero back into his idle state, basically reset. So this section needs to be move towards enemy. Perform / at enemy. I can't spell nor. Move downward. Countered. Finish animation. And it's giving me an error because coroutines, the reason I'm using the coroutine in the first place is because there's a lot of, there's gonna be some waiting, like waiting for Zero to move towards the enemy, because I don't want it to be instant. But it's gonna be fast, but I don't want it to be instant. So there's gonna be some waiting between each of these parts. And for now, just to get rid of this error, just do one of these, which basically just waits until the end of the frame. All right, so this is what we're testing first. Whoa. Hit. Hit confirm. All right, go to the hitbox. All right, now if it's player, this is element related. I guess I could put it. I'll put it here. If it's player and do I have a reference to? Yes, I do. This. Okay. I will be back to that script. I need to go to not this. I could check. I could do a check for like the attack name. But I would rather let it be one of these check boxes, booleans. Bro, I love only saber. So okay, I said he is no Mega Man is 0. Just in case down the line I want to do more hit confirm attacks. All right, so there's that. So now I can go to the attack and have a little checkbox to say if it's this. That way on the hitbox, I can check if it is the Raijin hit confirm. And if the code even gets into this section, that means that the hitbox detected something. It hit something. All right, so if it is the hit confirm and it hit something, that's when we can say I'm going to change the name of this to check Raijin hit confirm. And send the damage receiver of whatever got hit. I feel like there should be another check. There's a lot of things you need to check. I only used the buster where it was mandatory, the part where you gotta kill like 30 enemies. I think it's from afar to get the cyber elf. Gotcha. I think we could do that. So this is now called this. And it takes a damage receiver instead of a transform. All right, I'll fix that in a second. Just want to see if it does this. If I see this message pop up. So it confirms you are Raijin. Same thing for the other one. Where are you? Gotcha. So it'll pop up bottom left, that message. Or I can just do this, but if I test it and it's not maximized, it gets really wonky in this screen. So it's gonna pop up way down here. All right, so let's test that first. I just thought of something else too, but we'll get there in a second. No message. I don't think. Oh no, there it is. So it works. But this only needs to happen if Zero is using the Thunder Chip. So if actually we can leave it here. We can leave it here. If current chip is not Thunder, we just exit. We exit this function. It doesn't finish anything down here. I'm pretty sure that's gonna work. There's no need to test that, I don't think. All right, now for this bit. All right. First thing. What are you? Where's that script? Oh, that's right. I didn't put the little initials in front of it. All right. Sounds like a nightmare to come up with on the spot. Yeah. That's game design in a nutshell, really. Some things you plan, other things, you kind of just go for it. Let's see. Enemy hit equals receiver dot transform root get component. Because I need to check and see if the enemy died after getting hit by Raijin, like the first stab. So I'm trying to figure out where I would check that. Thunder Raijin, yes. Locked on, yes. So live true. Yeah, pretty much. I would need to put it probably like up here. So yeah. So if current chip is not thunder, then we return. We also need to check if lock on wait a minute. What did I call that script? Cam controller, right? Should be cam controller. Yeah. Mm, if the camera is not locked on to something, then we also stop. We don't continue this. Or if the camera is locked on to something, but it's not the target, it's not who got hit, that's another check we need to do. But we can't do it here because we need to get the reference to the enemy first. When you finish the game, we make it available for Nintendo Switch. Unfortunately, I don't think this would be able to run on a Switch. Follows a true new follow-up. Gotcha. Yep. We add time stop. So technically it's already in Dark Hole, that move. I'm essentially calling Blade mode Dark Hole. It doesn't really stop time, so it kind of just slows it. But I had to disable Blade mode for right now while I kind of take some of this stuff apart and put it back together. I don't know almost anything about code, but what I said would work. Essentially, yeah. You basically just did pseudocode. A pseudocode is basically when you map out like this, really. When you map out what you want functionality to be without actually doing the code. So like right here, I just have like little notes like move towards enemy, do double slash, move downward, finish animation like that. You just did this. So yeah, you planned out the logic of it. Well, Bayonetta 3 can run on Switch. Yeah, it's so when it comes to building a game for consoles, there's a lot of optimization you have to do. And right now, this project is nowhere near optimized, I don't think, to be able to run on the Switch. I think it would try to pull too many resources on the Switch, and it will probably just crash. Hunter Fitz, what up? Welcome in. Miss Zero MMD, what's up? Hope I said it right. Zero. Is it Zero or Zyra? That just had dinner? What you have? I say, oh, neat. I'm one step closer to learn some code then. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the first step to really getting into programming, is being able to think like a programmer, like basically being able to plan out the logic in your head before you actually start coding. The Y's pronounced like an I, but I don't mind. Gotcha. Two air fried grilled sausage rolls and chocolate ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in wow, it's been months. Say hello. It's me you looking for. What up, Vega? All right. So there's our first check. There's our second check. We need a third check to see if who was hit is the one that's locked on. Which we grab the reference here. Let's see if the camera is locked onto something. Whoa. Ion. All right, this returns a transform, right? Yeah. And that transform is, it's not this. It's not the enemy root object. It's like it's a child object somewhere. There it is. So it's gonna get this. And the damage receiver is not attached to that. Yeah, it's not. So I'm gonna be able to check that. I could have it check to see if the root object of the damage receiver is the same root object of the lock-on target. Like if they're both parented to the same object, then yeah, this will work. I was browsing and seeing something about a new Mega Man Zero game being made, so I had to click. Well, I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I've been working on this for like a year and a half now. It started off as a remake, and it kind of turned into its own thing. So now I'm really just calling it a like reimagining. It's not gonna be like a full project, like a full game. It's more of a glorified vertical slice. Like basically, like what if Mega Man Zero was a 3D hack and slash? So I'm not gonna do like a story and all that stuff, but I am gonna have some boss fights, some short-ish levels to kind of showcase the movement mechanics. But at the end of this project, I'm going to be taking this whole system and creating an original game with it. I can't wait to see how it comes out. Looks like a lot going into it. I appreciate it. It's a labor of love. Been a Zero fan for a long time, and I really wish Capcom would give us something official with Zero, but Capcom got their eyes kind of set on Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, and Street Fighter. Thinking about changing my character to have a fancier dress code inspired by Von Lycon from ZZ. Ah, he's a cool character. He said, yeah, keep wishing Nintendo kind of owns the Zero franchise and they're trigger happy with copyright anything related to him. Yeah. Oh yeah, did you get those? Did you send them? I gotta check my email. I'm a huge Zero fan. Like one of my favorite Mega Man characters. Facts. Same here. Same here. Fitz, you sent them to my email? I'm gonna have to check that. All right. So what we can do? I'm just gonna have these separate just to save me a headache. See, root of receiver. And then this will grab the root object of the receiver that was hit. And then we'll repeat this root of lock on target. And then we just do this. Then we compare the two. So if the root of the receiver is not the same as the root, technically I could do equals. So if they're not the same, we stop. If it makes it past all these checks, then we got the right one. But we still need to check and see if it's dead, right? So at this point, I can just grab either one of those, or we can stick with that one. So we have to do another check. I'm gonna have to definitely put some notes, some comments in here. I guess starting now. Check if enemy is dead. Well, first off, we should be good, because by the time it gets here, if the enemy did blow up after that hit, there's gonna be a null somewhere before any of this even happens. So probably I can put it here. If the damage receiver doesn't even exist anymore because the enemy blew up after getting hit, just stop. Which means I need to go here and put this hit confirm after the damage receiver takes the hit. Yeah, okay. All right, so in this case, by the time the code gets to this section, like it won't even get to this section if the enemy dies. So we're good. I don't have to actually check this, but I'm gonna make sure, because you can never be too sure. Enemy hit. I should be able to grab HP. All right. What up, Tracy? Said based. It wouldn't have been me who sent it. It would have been, oh, gotcha. Oh yeah, because they said they were going to reach out to the person that made the models. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could check if it's like less than or equal to 0 and just tell it to like stop. I could do it that way. It's the two ideas, man. Zero still actually starts harder than the Angry Grubber Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah, zero series got some bangers. All right, so let's throw some notes in here. Grab references. Check if target. Check if the enemy that was hit is also it's also the lock-on target. Grab reference, image script, Check enemies dead. This I don't need now. If all checks passed, then start the follow-up. Boom. So now I need to see if this works. And for right now, I'll just do that. So maybe I'm just gonna do another one of these. So the one that says checks pass, and I'll do another one. Like, I wouldn't be able to put it here. Well, actually, check, hit confirm. We need to check and see if this works. I'll say, let me just say check one failed. And I would have to add a second test enemy to see if this one works. Say check two failed. Wait, will those checks be performed with Raijin or after Raijin lands? I'm asking for the HP check. So yeah, it's gonna check after it lands. It's gonna happen on the same frame, but specifically after the enemy's HP gets, you know, the damage taken out of it. So that way, if the enemy dies from that stab from Raijin, it'll fail the check and it won't go into the follow-up. So we need two of these guys out here now. All right, should in theory, make sure I'm thumbing, should get a pass on this one. Checks pass. I see it down there bottom left. Now we should see, let's break the lock on and then do it. Check one failed because I'm not locked on. And then I should get checks passed and failed for this next one because I'm gonna hit both of them. So I'll get passed on this one, failed on this one because I'm not locked on. Let's see what we got. All right, so that's the first test. That's the second test. And then the third test is two of these. So the first enemy, the one that was right in front of zero, that's this. The second one, the one that I wasn't locked onto, is this. So it looks good. I think we got that all good now. Because that second enemy, that check 2 failed, was because the one that was hit was not the one I was locked onto, which is why I failed this. So we are good with the checks. Whoops. Whoa. All right, so we're good with the checks. We can move into the actual move now. He said try hitting the non-locked on enemy. Yeah. That second test, or the third test. The third test hit both of them. And it failed on the second enemy because I wasn't locked onto him. This little check right here. So we can now go into this. Are the enemies gonna drop lots of delicious color for energy crystals to collect? I hadn't even thought about that. Possibly. It'll add to the spectacle of slicing them up. All right, so if the checks pass, then we send. I'm curious whether I want to send the lock on target or the enemy object itself, like the parent. Because it's essentially what happens is we don't need you anymore. There's two different positions is what I'm saying. So there's the root object, like that's the whole thing. But then there's this, which is what you actually lock onto. So when you lock onto the enemy, you actually lock onto this little spot right here. And the reason it's set up like that is because originally you would just lock on to like a relative point on this object. But if one of his animations, let's say, if he went into like, let's see if I can find one. Where's whoa, go away. Stand up. So let's say he was knocked out, right? You would still be locked on to like this floating spot in the air. So in order to fix that, there's a separate object attached to his rig. So the spot that you're locked on to would always move with the model instead of just being this arbitrary floating spot. Which brings me back to the question, do I want the follow-up to track the position of the object itself, or do I want the follow-up to track the lock-on position? That's what I need to kind of test. I'm gonna try both and see which one I like more. I feel like tracking the whole thing would probably be better. We'll see. This fan game will include Elf Wars or important part of Elf Wars. That would be cool to see, to be honest, but I'm not entirely sure. Like the whole story aspect of this, haven't really put any thought into, especially because it's not planned. I'm not planning on having like a whole story mode. Maybe something short, like a premise to kind of preface Zero specifically fighting the Guardians, copy X and Omega again. But yeah. Question is because the Elf Wars give context to the Zero Suit. It does. You're right. Test simulation. Yeah. That's probably the best option, honestly. The lock-on position, I say, is better than teleporting to the enemy's face. True. So yeah, it's going to track this. If I were to have it follow the enemy, it's basically going to try to level Zero's feet with the enemy's feet, like pretty much how they are now. It's going to try to get them level like this. If I were to have it track the lock-on position, I don't know. I don't know. We got to test both to find out. So that's where we are now. We need to move Zero. Fortunately, in order to test both, all I have to do is change this one thing, because this determines what gets sent into the section that's going to move Zero. So testing both will be easy. We'll start off by testing the lock-on position. So we'll just grab this. And now we move Zero. So this part right here. This is where I am going to wing it, because I know what I want it to do. I just don't know how I want it to do it. So we'll start with this. We need to first, get direction towards enemy. That's gonna be a vector 3. Direction equals, this is easy. This is target position minus Zero's position. And we'll leave that as it is. Teleports behind you, incoming. Yeah, I'm 100% sure we're gonna see something weird. Some unintended behavior is gonna happen, guaranteed. Said Keely, you taking notes from me? I feel like that bell was supposed to be Zero's default pose. At this point it is, because every time I start the project, he just keeled over. Zero's tired of this shit. Can be something like Mega Man X3 or X2. Small part that tells how he lost his X series body and Omega body, right? That would be cool. That would actually kind of allow me to justify giving the playable Zero, because I saw some concept art. I don't know if it was official concept art, but it was basically a sneaker version of the X series Zero body. I know Omega, they had planned for Omega to be like that sleeker version of the X series Zero body, but it would give me a reason to justify this Zero, like the playable one, to give him that body as well, like the like Zero's shoulder pads and like the orbs on his chest. So we could say it's that. It was like a combat simulator during the Elf Wars. Zero's training arc. All right, so we get the direction between Zero and the enemy. Now we need to move them, but we also need to make sure we don't move them through the enemy. There is code in place to check if Zero collides with the enemy. Like if he's too close to the enemy, it'll stop all movement. Specifically lateral movement. It doesn't stop vertical. Let's try that. Let's try moving them. So let's move towards enemy until, let's just say close enough for follow up. I saw an animation where Omega was sleeping version of Black Armor Zero. That'd be cool. I need to see that. And he really wanted to fight the Guardians, so he was like, yo, can you set up a course where I beat up the Guardians at my friend? And if I give it to him, can I fight myself? Let's see. Will kills Zero. He becomes a cyber elf, spirit like, then he finally replaces and copy everybody. Yeah. So I guess this would technically be after he finds his new body, which would essentially put us in 0-1. Mega Man 0-1. This is the tricky part. So we need there needs to be two checks. The first one is if he's close enough to the enemy. The second one is, has he been moving for a certain amount of time? And if so, just stop. We'll check distance first. So while distance, this is between the target position and Zero's position. This is the tricky part. I don't know what number to use. So we need to throw some arbitrary numbers out here. I think maybe 2 units. No. No. I'm gonna say 1.5. And also makes more sense to me. Zero dies and soul gets, oh wait, Zero dies and soul be implemented in the Z series body. What I said before. I got you. Good, you good. I think I wrote a little fan adventure that took place between 0, 2, and 3. It seems like a kind of spot in the Zero series where any old adventure could happen. Ah. So we need to check distance, but we also need to check and see if, well, I'm gonna leave this alone. I'm just gonna check distance. Don't want to overthink it. So while distance is far enough, this is where we need to move towards the target. And there are two ways we can do this. One way might cause some unintended physics, such as Zero hitting an enemy with Raijin through a wall and then following up through the wall, like teleporting through the wall. And if the enemy is too close to the wall when he does it, he's going to end up teleporting into the wall. So there's going to have to be a check for that too. That's the Zero cannon, by the way. I realize he still has virus. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened, yeah. I found one of the animations the guy was sticking zeros on. It's like 9 seconds. I don't think I have links blocked. I might. It might be blocked by default. I'm not sure. I need to get that Discord set up. I don't want to move Zero. I could do like set rigid body velocity, and it would be like the direction this, but I would also need to recheck this repeatedly, like here. Times we need an arbitrary move speed. Oh, so I have to give it another. Whoops. Let's just see how he moves with this. Let's test that. So the hit will confirm. We'll send the lock on target in. Boom. This happens. But just to make sure. You know what? Just for shits and giggles. I'm gonna have him go into Raijin. Once he gets close enough. Audio readers, how's it going? What's up? Welcome in. We're figuring out this follow-up attack. Oh, I need to change his animation too. I'll put it like here. Wait, the follow-up start animation. Animator. Play. Specials. This is full body. All right, it's gonna look a little weird until we do this. So, let me make sure I did that. I named that right, that animation. So specials. Oh, all right. Let me just copy it. All right. So he should go into the animation. He should go into this animation and freeze on the last frame. Move towards the enemy. And then for no reason whatsoever, use Raijin. Should actually, before we even test this, save. All right. Now we test it. So first, nothing should happen. Cool. All right. Here it goes. I really feel like he's just gonna like, let's just find out. And now he's stuck like this. Deja vu. I know why he's stuck like that. We're good. It says super certain dominance. Yeah, so what happened was he moved as intended. The problem was, one, he moved up too much. Two, he was stuck in this animation, which is intended. I wanted him to go into this animation because he's gonna keep him in the attack state. Next, you didn't see the uppercut Raijin because he was still in this animation, and this layer overrides the other attack layers. And lastly, he was stuck in glide mode because he couldn't get out of this animation, so he was stuck on that last frame. So as wonky as that looked, everything is going as planned. Oh no, try attacking. I wouldn't have been able to because he was stuck in an attack state. So I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I can show you. It just floats up. So yeah, I can't do anything. I can move. Oh wait, the dash fixed it. Dash got him out of the attack. No, it didn't. Dash did not get him out of the attack state. I still can't attack. So, but yeah, that's some stuff I'm gonna have to fix anyway. Making sure you can't move, like basically stopping all inputs during that follow-up. All right, so he moved up too high, which is telling me this is not the right one to use. Instead, we need this. So now he should slide across the ground instead of that float. Or not. Oh, he's trying to. All right, so what that tells me is that doesn't work either. He was basically, instead of moving level, it's telling me it was trying to move kind of at a downward angle. So what I need to do is just to add some height to it. So probably we'll keep this, but what I'll do is add an offset. Vector 3. Sorry. Ooh. Whoa, I can't spell. Target offset. New vector 3. 0 on the x-axis. On the y-axis, I'm gonna do, I think 1 might be too much. Let's just try 0.5 and then 0. So now it'll be the target's position plus target offset. Let's see if that helps. Uh, 0 versus Omega work in progress. Oh, I wouldn't let you post it? Post the link? I gotcha. Let me get the name of that. Yeah, I guess by default, it blocks links. Which, I mean, better safe than sorry. How long ago did you start coding your first game-related project? Oof. Ooh. If you want to count Adobe Flash, then 2000. Ooh, 2000. 2007, 2008. If you want to look at specifically Unity, then like 2013. As a Black 01, but it's a whole 3-minute video. Gotcha. Have you ever used Beyond? I have not. What is that? Is that an engine? Okay, that's a little better. But the way he kind of floated up a little bit and then moved forward, that's weird. I'm curious, why does he do that? Yeah, there's no reason for him to do that. That's an unexpected behavior. I mean, I could move him with like, instead of setting the rigid body velocity, I could do like transform that translate. That could definitely lead to some unexpected issues though. We'll add a little more to that offset and make him faster. A lot faster. See what happens. This is old pre-YouTube site. People would code and make custom games in the DBZ Game Boy Advance era. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't tried that. There's a little delay too between when he actually starts moving. Which there's no reason for. I don't. Doesn't matter. Crank it higher. Not 600. Please not. Let's not do that. I'm gonna make him go invisible anyway, so you won't see that awkward dominance asserting slide that he does. Okay. That's how fast I want him to move. So now, before we move forward, let's try to clean that up a little bit, because now he's going to go into this animation with the 2 slashes. So we can start working on the hitbox for that. But first, I want the teleport to happen. So I should have a reference to... I don't. Oh, there it is, flashed up. Yeah. Is it public? It is. Cool. All right. So what we need to happen is, before it does the animation, we need 0 to just vanish. So this actually needs to be up here. M events, particle system, flash step, play. And then now the question is it, did I use toggle? Toggle character, there it is. I've used this before on another attack before this became a 0 project. The test character I was using had an attack where she would throw her sword, teleport over to the sword, and do like a follow-up. So I use that to hide the character model. So there's that. Teleport, he gets to the enemy. Once he gets over there, show back up. Reveal. we'll do this again. This is what I'm changing now. So now double slash, that is basically this. I just changed the name of the animation, which is follow up. And I noticed I spelled it different. The U is not capital right here. Warp strike, yep, that's exactly what it was. Maybe the animation would fix the issue. So right now, the only real issue is you can see Zero when he's supposed to be teleporting, and that makes it look weird. The gap between classic and X was never really solved. Whatever happened to Rush? Oh. Yeah. What did happen to Rush? We lost him. We lost him in the Elf War. X and classic Rock Tooth and characters. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like 3D printing firmware where oh yeah, it's a comment. It basically, yeah, once you do that, it comments the code and the compiler doesn't run it. So yeah. It's kind of a, I won't say it's a universal thing, but pretty much all programming languages have some form of commenting. Whether or not it's the double slash is another story, but a lot of them do use the double slash. Whoa, off he goes. Did we get an error? Why did that all of a sudden decide to be different? I can think of another way to do this too. I come from the film world, so what you're doing is completely different language to me. Toggling 3D printing software is pretty cool to have. Oh, I got you. And it's still not invisible, right. Flying like he does in NBC, yeah. Why does that? Let's figure out what's happening. So. Let's start with this. I need to do more than this. I actually need to like completely disable the object. So what we'll do, I should have a reference to, it would be a transform. Not you. This right here, model. And the reason I have to do that is because there are a lot of other objects that are child objects of Zero that aren't tied to his renderers, like the sabers and all the other weapons. They would still be visible. So first, let's make sure. Whoops, that is not the right script. We'll start with the model, which needs to be this. So that's good. But that's also going to turn off this, and I don't need that. I just need to turn off this. The rig, not everything else. Should be an array somewhere. Here we are. So this is still tied to the previous character who was in here. Apparently, yeah, I didn't clean up Zero's stuff, so he still has some of her stuff in there. That's fine, because we're just gonna sorry, Sam. All right, that should clean that up. All right. Clean looking code. Could definitely learn a thing or two from you. I mean, it's only looking clean right now because I called myself out on it. Like when I'm really locked into it, and I've been like this having a long code session, which is dev session, the code gets messy. But I've been trying to be better at having cleaner code. Whoa, all right, so he teleported and he is over there now. I need to figure out why he is it's like it's not checking the distance anymore. Unless so something here. Well, not even there, because once he moves past the enemy, this should still have him move towards the enemy, but it doesn't. It keeps him going in like this initial direction. Which is weird why it does that. So rather than having to actually recode the reveal, you could just tell the VFX to toggle on reveal model. I could, yeah. Shadow and Base versus Knuckles and Zero. Who takes it? Just need a lightning trail and you got Zenitsu type strike. True, right? So I just read for like 20 seconds. I think you should set the destination to be in front of the lock on. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. Because right now, the way it checks is just based on distance, but I'm thinking to actually hard code a destination position and just to move into that position. I would have to play around with some values just to make sure I don't try to move Zero too close, because then the two colliders are going to be on each other. But yeah, I'm starting to think hard coding a destination would probably be the better option. We could still check distance, but the hard code, the destination would probably be best. So, and that's easy too. What we'll do, I might put it, it would still need to be in a loop. That much I'm certain. So what we'll do, so I like to use lerps. So we'll try a lerp. We'll just say target position. And what we can do is lerp from between here and zero's position. And the best thing about this is it takes, so basically lerp, well, linear interpolation, grabs a position between 2 points based on this third parameter. So for example, if I put 0, then that's your starting point, that's A. If I put 1, that's your end point, that's B. If I put 0.5, then that's a point between these 2 points, but I want it to be closer to the enemy side. So let's try, let's say 0.8. Well, I need to flip these around because technically it would be 0.2. There we go. So point A, point B. So this is 80% of the distance between point A and point B. So it's closer to the enemy. We'll also check distance too. So the moving won't be done by setting the rigid body velocity. That's going to stay at 0. We're actually going to like transform, translate, or we could do vector 3, move towards. I think we'll do transform, translate. Since you can code, does it break your game immersion? Seeing models rather than care. It did originally. After a while, my immersion comes from like, one, the game itself, yeah, like story, sound, and all that. But at the same time, as a developer, seeing, like, I get inspired, honestly, and it increases my immersion of seeing the things that devs pull off. So like, yeah, when I do sit, I see character models, like these are colliders, those are invisible walls. I do still see all of that, but it's gotten to the point now where it enhances my immersion because I want to know how they did it. I want to know how they pull some of that stuff off. So it doesn't take me out of it anymore. It used to, but not anymore. You can just turn off the smart part of your brain to play a game. That is true. That is also true, and I do that. Especially certain games where I kind of want to just zone out. Like if I'm farming in First Descendant or something, or farming in PSO2, kind of just turn my brain off, put some music on. Like I'm not always in dev mode. That's what I'm saying. All right. So this, I'm gonna leave it here, but I'm gonna comment that whole section out. I'm gonna move a different way. So we need a float. I'm gonna call it step. Started at 0. This is while step is less than or equal to 1. Transform position equals vector3 dot lerp between these 2 points. So it's basically this all over again. Actually, no, it's not. this is always going to be changing. So I'm just going to copy that whole line actually, because the enemy is going to be moving, 0 is going to be moving, but we still want let me put step here. Every frame step goes up by time dot delta time, so the real time between frames multiplied by a random move speed, which we'll just throw 60 in there, arbitrary, not random. And then just so Unity doesn't freak out, because I'm using a loop inside of a coroutine, we tell it to just wait a frame. All right, so the rundown is, I don't need this anymore, so I probably, if this works, I'm gonna delete that and this. We get the position, so 80% of the distance between 0 and the target, which that could be a problem in itself, because if he's too far away, well then again, he can't be too far away because it has to be within range of the stab, so that's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be like the enemy is going to be cross map and, you know, teleport happens, so we should be good here. And if not, there's another thing I can do. So it's gonna move 0 towards the target position. Like, it's basically doing the same thing. It gets the distance between these 2 points, and remember, step 0 would be 0's position, 1 would be target position, the point in between would be 0.5. It starts at 0 and it's going to increase until it reaches 1. So it starts where 0 is, makes its way to this target position, which is that bit. Let's try it. Let's see if he still flies across the screen. And go. Sir, you didn't even move. Why did he not even move? Let's find out. So step starts at 0 while step is less than or equal to 1. Target position gets set. But he doesn't move. This should override the rigid body. But he went into the follow-up, which means it didn't move because the code considered him close enough. So let's add a little more distance. I'm gonna back 0 away from him a little bit. Right. Still doesn't do it. It has something to do with either this. Yeah, because if he's skipping over this whole loop, it's because it thinks this is equal to or greater than 1, but it starts at 0. And for some reason, it jumps from 0 all the way to 1. Time.delta time is a really small number. Like, time.delta time is like 0.0, something like that, right? So multiplying that by 60 shouldn't make it 1. Oh, yeah. I know what it is. This is too much. I still had the mindset of like a speed value for a rigid body. This is too much. Basically, for example, if I wanted to take 1 second exactly for him to teleport to the enemy, I would do time.delta time. If I wanted to take half a second, I would do time.delta time times 2. If I wanted to take a quarter second, times 4. You get the pattern. So in this case, 60 was way too much. 60 doesn't even give this time to move 0. Because the first frame this gets called, he would be in place. It would get set to this, which would make it greater than or equal to 1. Well, and then it wouldn't even work. So yeah, let's slow it down. Let's have it take a half second. Two to 4, that's what I'm thinking. Probably, I want it to be fast. So it's either a quarter second or maybe a little faster, like a fifth of a second. If the issue is what I think it is. Yeah, the issue is exactly what I think it is. All right. So I'm gonna speed it up. Well, half a second was good. Quarter second's probably best. We could do third of a second. I'm gonna say quarter second. So he still moved the enemy, and that is because we don't check for distance. So what happens is Zero's model, his rigid body collides with the enemies and pushes it. The whole reason why I had that extra collider set up on Zero. Where is it? Enemy collision blocker, this thing that checks in front of him to make sure that those two rigid bodies don't meet each other. This is ignoring it. It's moving him and ignoring the whole thing. So what we need to do now is somewhere in here, we need to check. We need to do a check to see if he's too close. We can either check this through just looking at distance, so this, or we can wait and see if the collider actually hit something. Is that progress? Yeah, we're getting there. I'm considering, let's try the distance route. So I think I'll put it before it tries to move. So if it tries, if it's far enough, man, there's a lot of math you could do here. Like you could check and see how far does it move per frame. How far is it trying to move next frame? Check that distance. If that's too far, then cut it short and only move that little bit of distance. But I'm trying to keep it simple because I don't want to do all that math. I'm gonna be real with you. All right, so if it's far enough away, then we can move it. And if we do move it, we do this. But if it's not, no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. If it's close enough, then we just break. We break the loop. We get out of here and move on to this stuff. So this check should be it. It should be enough. Should be. We'll see. And go. Ah, perfect. So now the follow-up animation, I have to trim it a bit because I want it to start. I want it to start kind of late into the animation. That's not the right one. I want it to start like right here, or maybe right here. It's gonna go into this rising slash downward, and it's gonna freeze right. Maybe that looks weird for him to be falling in that pose. So we might stop it a little further back, but it needs to be enough frames for that hitbox to be added for at least like 3 or 4 frames. So maybe technically here would be cool. I might just go with this. It's gonna be fast anyway. And he's gonna do the whole teleport thing again. So I don't even know why I'm worrying about that part. So yeah, we'll start it here, right here-ish. Or maybe a little further, because I want it to be quick, like a really quick 2 hits. So maybe like right here. Yeah, I just straight up delete these keyframes. I have a backup of this animation, so in case I decide to get those keyframes back, it's all good. So it starts from here, goes into it, and freeze here. So it'll stop there. Whoop, got rid of an extra frame. There we go. So it'll hold here. And this is what we work on next. So I kind of wish root motion didn't move him like this in the preview, because when the animation plays, he's not going to move like this. He's actually going to sit in place when he does it. And the code is what's going to make him move up. So and I don't think there's any setting over here that would stop that from happening, unless maybe it's baking the pose. Why do math when changing random variables and seeing what happens next is more fun? Right. Seeing this really makes me curious what being an animator is like. I think I enjoy anime, at the very least. Late stage animating. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I could see, because I've tried doing some animation. I can see how it would be fun. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I can see how animation would be fun. But when I tried to pick up animation, I kind of had too much on my plate dealing with programming and all that. All right, so I'll start with the slash. So maybe like right here. It's going that way. So just use this one. And don't worry about the color. Remember, we got some code set up to automatically change it to match the element, so we're good there. I don't think I need to move it forward. Just in case. We'll pull it a little forward. All right, so that's the first slash. And what I'm gonna do is have it activate maybe a frame sooner. Like right here. We can go back one more frame. So it'll cut on here, cut off probably about here-ish. %, ton of hats. With how vetoing is becoming more and more normalized, and notice indies use their phone cameras for tracking. Mocapping nowadays easy. Yeah, I've seen a lot of mocap solutions. I saw one where you could take a video of the person doing whatever the motion, and they would convert the video into a mocap file. I feel like I might have to rotate 0 a little bit. That downward slash looks like it's gonna. Oh nah, he's just really over exaggerating that swing. All right, so probably right here. Yeah, I don't have many frames to work with here. Because technically the hitbox would cut on here-ish, or maybe here. Definitely not. Well, it's gonna be quick anyway, so you know it's gonna be better noticeable. We're good. We're good. I'm just overthinking. So for right now, just to have another idea where that slash is gonna be. Looks like, I mean, I feel like I need to rotate him a little bit because it's way over here. But I think it's best we wait until we see it in motion. So I think for now I'll just take that same slash. It's now going, hey. It's not going that way. And probably pull it a little left. And let's see, have it cut on probably about here. It has to cut off before that last frame though, otherwise it's gonna be a weird looking issue. And then hitboxes. So 2 hitboxes. First one right here. Yeah, right there. So let's see. Hitbox cuts on. Oops. So I already enabled it's this. All right. I'm gonna be generous with this hitbox. Why do you keep doing that? And let's see. 1, 2, 3. 3 frames. Cut it off. Second attack. I'm gonna keep the same size hitbox. For sure needs to cut off here. Maybe I don't want the hit to happen before the swing, but like I said, it's gonna be fast, so we should be good. All right, next up are the hitbox values. So we got to tell it how should it affect the physics on the enemy, the element, all of that good stuff. And remember, damage numbers are arbitrary. I'm gonna eventually change those into like some proper values. Knock back, none. It's not gonna knock back at all. Whoops, come back here. There you are. All right. So, no knockback whatsoever. Launch. Since this is an uppercut, it does need to have some launch force. So probably, I think between 5 and 7-ish. I want to go higher. Let's say 7. Hit stop, none for this first hit. Can it slice? Yes. Hit effects type, hit physics type. 3. See, 1 is normal, 2. The 0 is none, 1 is normal, like normal flinch. 2 is knockback, where the enemy twirls when they get knocked away. 3 is launch. Let's go 3. Hit effects type. I'll leave that at 1. Because what's gonna happen is the code is gonna change it to like a lightning slash. So we're good there. Then we get to this one. Set some keyframes. Actually, move y'all back a frame. All right. So this is different. So still no knockback. Launch force, on the other hand, gets flipped because the enemy's getting spiked downward. So I'm not sure how much to go for. I could just look at Raijin and copy the values for it. Rotation for the slash can be quicker. Yeah, so the animation itself we can speed up. That's no problem. Let's see. I want to learn just for stuff like this. Offering the assist on cool projects, offloading the bit on if the dev was. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Which would be cool, yeah. They translate that video into a mocap for SFM. I've seen a few of these. Okay. It's hella expensive though. Yeah. I've seen the prices. Got some friends who built projects with that. That is one way you could start from help if it wasn't too intrusive. Just got to do it IRL. True. Even some basic phone recording can be used for tracking. Yeah. As long as the quality is right. My Blender had a demo. Really? I didn't know Blender did that. We're gonna try 10. Maybe a little hit stop on this hit. Not a lot. Like, I think the default value for like a heavy hit that I use is probably like 0.1. I want to say. We'll go with that. And we can always change it. This is different. Not 3. It's 4. 4 is meteor. And should it be good here? Unless, because it's been so long since I set this up. Matter of fact, let me go check something really quick. New engine. Air. The hitbox over here, let's see, 17 for launch, so I don't have to set it to negative because it sees this and sets it to negative automatically, so cool. All right, that's what I wanted to check. So listen, they use 17. 17 is fast too, though. We're gonna crank it higher than that. 20. Just to see. So that'd be 20. There we go. All good there. Now we need to move 0. So Right before the hitbox. Or maybe the frame after the hitbox cuts on, we can have them go up. Jump by, let's say 12. That should be it. Other than that, just throw some saber sounds in there. I'm gonna just drop it on this frame. Just because. We do need to move them down after. Maybe here. Oh wait, that's handled with code though. Well, nah, it's gonna be handled here. Which is just add up a force and put a negative value in there, but not too much that it puts them through the floor. So that's something I need to check. Henry, what up? What up? Welcome in. Tablets, welcome. Doing all right. Doing all right. Did you check out the fan animation? Was it the... Because I got one written down that I want to check. And then there's one Chris posted. Where did I write it down? I got it written down somewhere to check. But I know which one you're talking about. Had a bit of a busy weekend. This. So how did I handle this? So this moves down at -30. And I wanted to go faster than this. So maybe not by too much, but basically zero needs to get to the ground before the enemy. And if the enemy is moving at a force of, I think I put -20, -30 should be fast enough. We're gonna go a little faster. All right. Now there's some other stuff I have to do here. Like I have to tell it this stuff because where are you? This has a little special parameter here to check if Zero's falling towards the ground during the attack. And when he does, and reaches the ground, it calls a script on the player controller and lets it transition into when the spikes come out the ground. It's a different animation. So we're gonna have to pull one of these. So like this, we need this needs to be its own thing. So which would basically just do this exact same thing. Raijin Geki. I don't have that function added yet though, so it's gonna be mad at me that it doesn't exist. Raijin Neki, wait a minute now. Right, wait a minute now. There we go. Cool. So now I need to go make this. And let me just see something really quick. I'm basically just gonna copy this. Kind of copy this. I do need to use these two. The animation stuff is handled somewhere else, so I technically don't need to touch this. We'll copy this. I think the main thing is this. I think what I'll do is kind of just put where is the other yeah. You think after typing Raijin Geki so much, I'd be able to spell it right. We'll just do this. So what I can do from here, I'll just throw this down here. Set that to true. This needs to be public. Which brings us back here. So this is moving close up for the follow-up. Once he reaches, we don't need this. Once he reaches, he appears, does the 2 attacks, and then move downward. So now we need to wait. So now we wait. But I want Zero to teleport again. Like do the whole flash step thing. So that needs to be somewhere in this section. But right now I just want to make sure we get the movement part done first. And finish the animation. They just called it end. All right. Lightning Blaze, what up? Real question is which Mega Man character can make the best chicken paw? I contacted the creator of Fafnir and Phantom Models, but I haven't heard back yet. Ah. Yeah, someone asked about that. Yeah, I don't have anything. You gotta add those out like armor capsules. So technically one is in here, but it's being used as a grenade. Damn, I finally catch a stream to get called into work. Damn. Gonna lurk. I've been a fan for a long time. I appreciate the support, man. I appreciate you being here. To AC is so annoying. uh yeah, I called it end. All right. So ground check, this is 0.5. This is technically aerial, and it's Raijin. Okay. All right, let's see if it works. What about Omega Zero? He's gonna be a boss. Yeah, Omega's gonna be a boss. The final boss. All right, so let's see what it looks like. Couple of things here. Couple of things here. First off, that animation was slow. Second, IK was acting up and kept his arms in place. It didn't let his arms move. So that's also weird. What is going on? What model type file format needed for games like this? Well, Zero is an FBX model. But you can use other models like dot blend and all that. As long as the character model can be opened up in Blender, then it can be exported as an FBX. So as long as it's a format that can be converted into an FBX, we're good. Say, what if you disable the auto animation and just play the full attack for it? Yellow Devil boss. And the secret final boss being the bot that gets abused by get pieced up and cannot fight back. Right. To disable the idol. So he's not even supposed to. Trying to figure out what's happening here. Because hold on last frame. Hold on last frame. This is technically a ground attack. I think it's because, yeah, I think I know what's happening here. I think I know what's happening here. I need to tell. Stop playing Raijin Geku. I think what's happening here is as far as his arms go, because his arm was like stuck to his side. What's happening here is because all these attacks are on different layers, so the initial stab is on a different layer as the follow-up stuff. What's happening is, even though this layer takes over, and that's what you see, the other animation for the stab of Raijin is still playing. And what happens is when that animation finishes, it calls a function that resets a lot of stuff that puts 0 in a non-attacking state, and that conflicts with this. So what I need to do is I need to just stop Raijin. How would I go about this though? There's a couple ways I could go about this, and I'm not 100% sure how I want to. So I think I'm just gonna tell the animator to stop. It's null. Ground attacks. And just in case you started, use the aerial one. Say aerial attacks. So that should stop it from calling that function. But what it doesn't fix is how slow he does that attack. We'll see in a second. So apparently the models are purchasable in the makers, or you can make that auto animation 1 frame thing. I have questions about Zero's hand. Oh, the Z knuckle? Yeah, it became a CQC weapon. Zero's actually fighting, like swinging, throwing hands. But I want to get some more dynamic animations for it because right now they look stiff. He said place the full item before the attack. Yeah, I think it's because yeah, it's not transitioning into that attack when it needs to. And now I know why he's stuck like that, so that's not a problem. I can fix that in a second. To dynamic animation, you say? Yeah. Yeah, it just sits there for a second. Which is weird because he still tries to do the code that makes him go up, like with the upward slash, calls. So he tried to go into the attack. He tried to go into the double slash animation, like the up slash and the down slash, because that's the only reason he would jump up right there. So something weird is happening under the hood. Because we're not calling that. All right, so let's do this first too. Let's switch his animation first before we re-enable the character model. But also let me check something really quick. All right, so that's the right animation. But yeah, it's supposed to be fast. Well, you can't see it because my camera. But yeah, there's no startup frames on that animation. So it should, there's no reason why it waits like that. Take a break for a second to check in on a stunt person I knew who went into mocap. How can I, someone with 0 experience but history of film and TV stunts help? I'm not sure. I mean, I think I see what's happening. think I caught it. But yeah, just, you know, as far as this session goes, you just conversate, throwing ideas back and forth. So I'll just help with engagement and viewership. So I think I caught it. I think I caught what happened, but I want to be sure. So technically, I need to switch this to focused and select 0. I'm gonna be watching these 3 and see which ones light up, because I feel like this one lights up. This is gonna light up, cut off, and then light up a second time. Zero, you wanna? Oh, why does he? That's what's happening. He's not, let's see. It's getting here too quick. That's what's happening. It's not allowing this animation to play out. It's skipping this and going to this, because this animation is just like the landing part, but I haven't cut out the keyframes, which is why it looks like he's playing the double slash twice. And what I mean is, if I were to take this animation, because you'll see it now, and remove the frames I don't need, it's because I haven't trimmed this one yet. So it's like, oops, wrong one. I haven't trimmed the frames off of this one yet. So it is like the whole thing, which is why it looks like he stalls for a second, then does it. So we need to cut off everything prior to this frame. And watch, is gonna look a lot different now. All right, so watch this. It's gonna look a lot different now. So that did not expect. All right, so yeah, it's gonna look a lot different now. See what I mean? He went right into that last animation. So something is supposed to wait here because he hadn't hit the ground yet, which means this is getting called too soon. And I know why it's being called too soon. All right, so we need another check. We need 2 checks because he's technically, he is on the ground when the attack starts. As a matter of fact, to kind of show you what I mean, it's checking when it's checking if he made it to the ground too soon. It's checking before the down slash happens. We need to check after the down slash. So what's happening is, if I were to launch him in the air and then do it, hey, see what I mean? He went downward, but it still didn't behave right. Still didn't work quite right. So let's see what else is happening here. Let's see. Boy, this is a tedious one. All right. Oh, okay. I think I know what else is causing the problem, and I need to. Well, I have hold on last frame selected, so that shouldn't have been an issue. But hold on last frame. Oh, override ground check distance. Yeah, I need that too. I feel like this one is nah, because I got hold on last frame. But he falls here. And I'm trying to figure out why. I'll turn that off. Why is he still getting stuck? So it's essentially what's happening is, as far as why he's getting stuck at the end of it, it's because I have to tell the code to switch him back, like switch him out of being in an attack state. Like right now, he doesn't know that he needs to get out of being in an attack state. So that's why, you know, moving, like hitting the dash, broke him out of it. Which that's not a problem, because that's simply this. That gets him out of it. So that'll fix that at the end of it. The problem is it's skipping this. It's skipping the 2 hits. And it's doing that because when the animation starts, all right, because there is a check. It checks to see if he hits the ground, but I needed to check only after he does the 2 slashes. Like I needed to check after that last attack, the downward slash. An option here is to split this into 2 separate animations. The first slash would be the launch. Well, the first animation would be the launch. The second animation, since he'll already be in the air, would be the down slash. That's one solution. Another solution could be I could do a wait. I could have it wait a second, like yield return, and let's say we have it wait for half a second, just to give 0 time to get in the air. So you can set his state into airborne for the attack. Yeah, it'll when he goes into the upward slash, yeah. it'll check and see if he's touching the ground, and if not, it sets it as airborne. So yeah, essentially it's just checking to see if he's touching the ground too soon. It needs to wait until after he takes off and then check if he touched the ground. So this might do it. Let's see. We might need to push it past half a second. That. Supposed to do that. Except he jumped up way too quick. His arms also did something weird just now. It also looks like he's skipping. Oh, wait. Well, I know why that's happening. We need to reset. Like every time it goes into this, it needs to reset this. Yo, how hard is it to program games? It really comes down to what you're trying to do. The scale of the type of game you're trying to make is what's going to determine the real challenge of making it. That, and then there, other factors like, do you have any prior programming experience or game design experience and all that stuff. All right. So now he's not launching up, but I think his arms still did something weird. Yeah, his arms are still getting locked into place for some weird reason. Wait, enemy blew up. Caught it. So let's see. What? All right. So he's doing the attack, but if I were to skip ahead a frame, his arms are stuck. And the reason they're stuck is because somewhere in his code, it doesn't think he's actually attacking. Something got reset at the wrong spot. And the way I can check this, let's see. Okay, so curve state is attacking. That's true. But IK is acting up. All right, so it knows what the attack is. So if it's not state related, then that means let's see. No, it's not gonna be in here. Not gonna be in there. Oh, no. If it's sprinting, no. If it's idle, no. Wait. Maybe. I think the issue is this. Let me turn this off. Something's bugged with that right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Something is bugged with it. And then that jump is not happening when it needs to. Cause it'll work on the first like 3 attempts. And after that it just stops. Well, worked that time. I wonder why that jump is inconsistent. Like a spacing problem? Possibly. I feel like that the reason he's not going into the jump is either so the reason why I feel like it's something related to it's an animation thing. Cause his arms, the only reason his arms get stuck like that are if there's an animation taking over that doesn't need to, or it thinks. So that's null. That's null. So it's not you two. You're not in either one of those. Wait a minute. You're in null. Wait a minute. And then you go back to specials and try to play something. Wait a minute. All right. I think we're on to something. Because basically it should be, this should light up blue, that should light up, and then wait, and then that should light up. Then it leaves. But it's looking like it goes to this, starts this, and stops for some reason. Goes here, plays that, goes back to this. That's what it looked like for a second. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm gonna try it again. All right, I think I caught it quick. All right, so it's in here because you already did the teleport. That part's right. And then this is the whole teleport thing. So we're not going to see 0 during this part. He's not moving down to the ground fast enough though, for sure. So that time it worked fine. I need to catch it when it doesn't work. Oh, now that I got it in slow-mo, it wants to work. So yeah, it needs to still wait before going into this part. So that's not working quite yet. Welcome back, Fitz. Is Hybrid still here? I'm not sure. Oh wait, I blew him up. Oh, there he is, lurking, suffering in silence. What? All right, so it goes up. Wait, did that downward slash whiff? It whiffed. All right, so that's a thing. Zero just moved up too high. But yeah, so right here, it's supposed to wait. It's supposed to stop this animation on that last frame and wait. And instead, it went ahead and went into this state, which tells me that this is still happening. It still thinks he's on the ground even though he's not. Sure. We can throw an extra check in here and see if that helps. But I'm gonna extend that wait time. Yeah, you good, High Blitz? Oh, puzzle platformer. Ah, level design. So we could do this. I need to figure out why does it think he's on the ground even though he's way up there. So let's try to solve that problem first. So Ariel, he's definitely not on the ground, and it thinks he is for some reason. Curious. That's for sure what's happening. It's not waiting here. Maybe half a second just wasn't enough time. But I'm also gonna throw one of these in here just to be sure. But also one problem at a time, because the next thing I want to figure out is why sometimes he doesn't go up like he needs to. But first, let's fix this transition. Oh yeah, I think it blocks links. I gotta get that Discord set up. Yeah, because Chris tried to get a link earlier, but yeah, it's the same. It's spelled the exact same over on Twitch. Said don't block the links. Yeah, YouTube does it by default. because I don't remember touching any settings related to links. Yeah, so now the next thing to figure out is why does the jump not happen as it should? Like sometimes it plays, sometimes it doesn't. And his arms get stuck, which is telling me something somewhere doesn't think he's attacking. That's the only reason his arms would get stuck like that. Gotta make sure nobody's sending corn, right? Gotta be careful out here. All right, I think I caught it when it didn't work. Yeah. Yeah, so the only reason his arms would get stuck like this is if something somewhere doesn't think he's attacking, which enables this. So I go to like right hand right here, IK position wait. This should say 0 right now because he's attacking, and it doesn't. So something thinks he's not attacking. Something thinks he's not attacking. And I'm not sure what it is. Technically, he starts off on the ground, so yeah. It's not sprinting. He's not idle. He's not doing that. He is attacking. Attack current was not null. This was off. So yeah. Right hand shouldn't be getting affected at all, and it is. So something somewhere does not think he's attacking. And I think there's a function I need to call. If I can find it. Is this set some stuff for me? So what I'm gonna do is call that here and call it again before this animation starts. I'm gonna call it again down here. Yeah, it looks like there's a sweet spot where the attack doesn't work. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's related to the distance that he moves, or is it related to what happens at the end of an animation, an attack animation, where it tells the control script to reset because the attack finished, even though he's actually transitioning into another attack. So there's a conflict where potentially a conflict where he's trying to reset out of the attack state and go into the attack state at the same time instead of just staying in the state. That's what I think's happening. All right, so now the IK issue is fixed. Great. His arms aren't getting stuck in a weird position, but now he's not jumping up. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. So now let's figure out why he won't jump. Potentially that's the wrong one. Oops. Raijin Geki. It could be because it's being called too early in the animation. What's another attack that uses this? Raijin? It's called jump 12.5. Override. Oh, I don't have that selected. Yeah, that might be the culprit. It does need to override the gravity because he starts off on the ground and then goes into the uppercut. Because gravity is set to turn off when Zero's attacking. Because it made some weird physics issues. No. Maybe. He tries to jump up. You can see it. Like, he tries to jump up. I think he is. I think because he's just too close. I think his collider is getting stuck in the enemy's collider. I think that's exactly what the problem is. Right? I think I found the issue. Dale's found a word for it. Disaster happens. Pretty much. But yeah, I think the colliders are getting stuck together. Cause you notice how Zero doesn't completely land on the ground? Sometimes. So I think what's happening is Zero's trying to jump. He's trying to jump. But the enemy's collider is preventing him from jumping because it was too close. It's like, let's get to like right here. Like right there. Worked that time, so let's back up to about here. Not close enough, but he landed on something before gravity took over. So that's a new issue. He's for sure getting too close to that collider. How does this look in the air? Same thing. Yeah, he just falls. Okay. We gonna figure this out. Turn that back off for a second. And it's the... Matter of fact, I think it's this. Yeah, that doesn't use override gravity. So it shouldn't be an issue. Let's check one of the early attacks. Combo, air combo 5. Do I use jump here or do I use add force? I use add force. Yeah, because jump is acting up for some reason. So let's try. Let's switch you out with upward force. Like 10. I feel like that's a lot. But we will see. Still doesn't move, which he fell downward like we're supposed to though. Like really quick. Down slash. But it looks like it's too fast when he goes down because that hitbox completely misses. All right, we're getting there. So let's cut back on that. I think the real issue right now is just we need to make him not be so close. 0.9 is too close. I think this might help. See if we can just at least get the jump working consistently before we move forward. That's 2 for 2. It's 3, 4. Nah, you were going so it was going so well. Then you messed it up. So it looks like I might have to set it to hard code a position to teleport to. Is what I'm getting out of this. Because if he's that close, he gets stuck in the collider. which we could probably pull back a little bit more. Gee, it's 221. Sheesh. Getting kind of hungry. Zero, put your hands down. It's okay. You'll get it. All right, so get close as possible. Still too close. Wait a second. Whoa. Yeah, his arms still lock up at the end. That's weird. So does his arm still do that weird thing if he actually gets the jump off? They don't. His arms only do that weird lock thing if he's too close, which that's pointing to a different issue. You see how his arm is like behind him, right there? Let me check something. So that's pointing to potentially. Because that means the inverse kinematics, like the IK is active right now. It shouldn't be, but the only reason it's set to not be active if he's attacking, and he is attacking, but it doesn't think he is. Strangely, it's weird. Yeah, that's weird. There's no, yep, attack is not null. Curse state is attacking. And the only other thing would be the Boolean is attacking. Is attacking is false for some reason. There's the problem. For some reason, is attacking is false when it needs to be true. That's the issue. So when I get my hands, all right, so that's the problem. If he's too close, for some reason, this gets set to false for whatever reason. That's the problem. If he's too close. Oh boy, all right. Damn, all right. So for some reason it gets set to false. Why does it get set to false? There is an animation fix or an issue somewhere in here where I set is attacking to false because of a weird issue. Let's see if I can find where it is. No, it's not near blade mode. It's somewhere around. I think it was this animator state bug fix. All right. So basically, there was an issue where his attacking kept getting set to false. So I had it checked to see if the animation layers were on null, meaning not playing any attack animation. And apparently that's not doing its job. Because it hits a point where, well, I take that back. There is one frame where this is true. But basically this was just a function to check and see like if the is attacking boolean is true but there is no actual attack playing. This was meant to reset 0, and it looks like this might be calling, maybe, can't say for sure. What I can check though, well, there's no wait when it happens, but this is a coroutine. You can never be too sure about coroutines. So what I'm gonna do, I don't think this is gonna work. I just want to test it. I'm gonna rule out all possible options. I'm gonna set the full body layer to this animation first before switching these to null. Because if they're all null at the same time, then in theory, that function that checks the 3 layers would technically be true, and it would tell the other function, hey, none of these layers are playing attacks, set is attacking the false. I don't, like I said, I don't think that's the issue, but gotta test it to find out. Yeah, that's not the case. Something else. Which I'm curious, why does that... The only things that set that to false are attack related. So I'm a tad confused as to what's setting it false. So yeah, I kind of figured that wouldn't be the case. But just to see if that's even the case, what's it called? State fix? There we go. Just to see if this is even the case, right? Where would I... I could put it... Because it's gonna be calling every frame, and I don't want it to be calling every frame. Actually, what if we just stop it from even going into that? Well, no, that might, 'cause this is an or. Doesn't really help our case right now, so let's just see, right? Gotta check all possibilities. It's either calling the end attack function or it's this one. One of the two. Oh wait, I gotta get close. Did it call it? It did not. Cool. So it's not this. So it's not this, but is it this section? But yeah, I'm not even gonna put a debugging. I'm just gonna block that off and see if that's the case. Rule that out. If it still does that weird arm thing here, then I can rule this out. And we can look elsewhere. Whoops. Clicked it too many times. Also, I gotta end this at 3 o'clock, so all right, let's get close. All right, so I can rule that out. It's not that spot. Because if that was the case, that wouldn't have been the issue. So end attack is getting called for some reason. And we call this before it goes into it, which cleans up a lot of stuff. This got fixed. It sets it to true. Something is setting it to false. And there's only a handful. Let's see if it's this. I mean, technically I could have just commented out, but all right. So because the Raijin animation gets cut off entirely, it shouldn't call end attack. Like that first stab shouldn't call end attack. That one, when it goes into the teleport, shouldn't call it because of this little setting I have here. Basically, I had a setting to that and hold on last frame. That prevent let's see, it prevents, like right here on state exit, when the animation transitions out into something else. Like I have like hold on last frame as partial attack. If any of this is true, then it stops going into the rest of this, which calls end attack. So that's not the case here. This one does need it, which for some reason I didn't have it checked. It's weird. Let's see. It basically should only get called once at the end of the whole sequence. They got called way sooner. It looked like it got called at the end of Raijin, like the stab part. Yeah, it got called 3 times. One for the stab, one for the teleport, I think one for this. But it for sure got called 3 times. Interesting. Why though? Now y'all see the shit the stuff I deal with off camera. Let's figure this out. So I got called 3 times. Better yet, and what I can do is let's figure out which attacks. All right, 2 got called. The stab got called. And this got called twice. Yeah, this got called twice for some reason. So I went into this animation twice. Weird. Which I know why I got called here, not why I got called twice, but the fact that it's getting called with that first stab is an issue. So what we're gonna need to do is to make sure we have to do a bunch of checks basically. Essentially, you're gonna have to like have this script check the player script to see if Raijin confirmed the hit. If it did, Get out. Don't go down here. Just stop. That's what I'm thinking. So I should be able to just it's not a public variable. And so hopefully this checks after this gets set to true. Cool. Didn't call that time, which is good. So I'm pretty sure it's still not gonna work if I get too close though. Oh, wait. I stand corrected. 2 for 2. Whoops. Still 2 for 2. That's 3. Get in there. 4. 5. If we get to 10, I'm moving forward with this. 6. You missed. 7. 8. 9. Moment of truth. Try to get as close as possible. 10. All right, we're moving forward. That's 10 without. Hey, just told you to hit me. That's 10. So now we got to fix this hit box at the top, which I think is just stop 0 from moving up so high. The enemy needs to fly up a little. Maybe instead of, I think we'll let 0 go up that high. It's the enemy. I have him fly up more, just to make it look crazier. Actually, I didn't have to stop it when I did that. All right. All right, here. Hitbox, 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 hitbox. So instead of, wait, wrong animation. Follow up. So instead of launching by 7, if 0 moves up by 12, then I'll have that match. Then the other problem is we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait here before I change anything else, just to test this part. Yeah. Hit him that time. I think I'll activate the hitbox for that down slash a frame sooner. I need to extend the hitbox on that. Would it be crazy if he could do this follow-up after some other stuff? Like the shield? I'm noticing it's taking him an extra second though when he lands to transition out of that. By the way, I was meant to ask this earlier, but what's Raijin? Like actual Raijin, or as far as like Zero goes? Oh, the Flying Raijin, that's a Naruto reference. Flying Raijin is Minato, Naruto's dad, when he teleports. So watching this reminds me of Metal Gear Revengeance. Yeah, this game is inspired by it. Come on back down, man. That was weird. Why do you go up? Weird. There is no value set to have him go that high up. So more or less is good. I think I extend the hitbox on. Matter of fact, yeah, if you use Raijin Geki in Thunder form, I think I'll extend this a little bit. That whiff. Whoops. Let me see how this looks in a combo. That's sick. Just need to have him not bounce so high off the ground, so you can actually catch him with a juggle. And yeah, we gotta fix that. So fly me to the moon. All right, so let's fix that. That's getting a little annoying. Basically, the hitbox isn't staying active for enough frames, and then on top of that, Thunderform speeds up animations, so it's making it more likely that the hitbox whiffs. Yeah, it's active for 2 frames and then it cuts off because it can't be active on this last frame. Or can it? We'll make it active for that last frame. I know you can't call animation events on the first or the last frame of an animation. I know that for sure. We'll give it an extra frame. Actually, no. Let's try that first. Yeah, it's completely whiffing. Unless he's high enough up. Why does it go up? That's so weird. I'm so confused. Why you no do what I say for you to do? Let's see. Let's make sure the hitbox values are actually keyframed right. So the hitbox activates here. By now, launch force is 20, but physics type is meteor, so it should move downward, and it doesn't sometimes. What is this keyframe? Oh, all right. Let's just do that. Let's make sure the values get changed a frame before the hitbox cuts on and see if that helps. That time it just straight up whiffed. So maybe cut back on how high 0 jumps. Because sometimes the enemy doesn't go up high enough. All right. Fine tuning. All right, let's make sure this hitbox values get set up prior. That's the wrong move. All right. Hitbox cuts on here. So let's get your out set up prior. What is this? Oh, that's probably why. It had a extra keyframe in it that was varying the value. Now it needs to be 7. 7 might not be enough now because 0 goes up by 12 to 10. Yeah, because it starts to go down as we go across here. So depending on what frame you got hit on, the value could have been lower. So we're just gonna copy these keyframes just to make sure. That's better. But it looks like he starts to fall down after the slash. But I think I have it set on the very, well, it can't be the very last frame because you can't call an animation of him in the last frame, but it's the frame before the last frame. Yes, yeah, as far as I can get it. All right, so on this frame, because we can start to bring it to a close now. On this frame, when he knocks him downward, 0 vanishes again, pops up on the ground. That's the last thing I want to do. So I can think of an easy way to do this. And I'm just gonna take the easy route here. So animation event. Just put it near something Raijin Geki related. Or I can just say vanish model or hide model. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put that. I'm just gonna say hide model. Whoops. That'll call that, and then this happens. So he gets hidden again through the animation event, falls towards the ground, gets here. We play that animation, and then we make him visible. And then the attack script that's on this animation will handle resetting everything, so taking him out of an attack state. All I should have to do now is add the animation event to the animation, and we are done. Maybe. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Throw some salt over your shoulder. I don't know. Superstition. I'm gonna put it right here. Actually, I'm gonna put it a frame before he starts to move down. I called it what, hide character or hide model. See, hide sword, vanish. Is that what I called it? No, hide model. So I got one called vanish. Wait a minute. Do I already have this here? Which I might from the warp strike that Sam had. Play controller vanish. What does this do? Yeah, this handles everything. Except this. I don't need this to happen, so I'm not gonna call this. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. I'm not gonna mess with that. Yeah, hide model. Hide model. All right, moment of truth. Whew. Yes and no. It takes him too long to pop back up. Cugona, appreciate the soup. One, the slash happens too quick. Two, he doesn't do the particles. Well, I have to tell him to do the particles, but still. He starts moving before the slash, though. That's what's confusing me. Like, he starts moving down before, like, when he's winding the slash up. That's weird. It doesn't even look like you can see the first slash. Maybe I need to slow it down. Let me see something. Let's slow it down. Half speed. It's gonna break it, but I want to see something. Yeah, maybe it's playing too fast. But also, he doesn't realize he's on the ground until way later. That's weird. Why does it take an extra second for him to realize he's on the ground? I'm also just gonna put this in here. Why does he think he's not on the ground is the next question. Is there a certain point in the animation that calls zero to reappear? It's handled in the code instead of on the animation. So it's specifically pointing to right here. So there's this function that gets called from the animation when he hits the ground, which sets this to true. And then also this to check to see if he's on the ground. I think what's happening is I might not need both of those, but basically in the attack, not this one, this one. Check to see if he's on the ground, and check to see if the animation has switched. So when he hits the ground, this gets set to true. Since this is Raijin, it sends this message to the player controller, telling it set that to true. And when that gets set to true, it allows this loop to stop and push forward. But I think since there's already a ground check here, I'm gonna get rid of it here. What else? It could also be this, because it's tied to how this is a little delay just to keep Zero from checking if he's on the ground before he gets to the part where he needs to check if he's on the ground, which is during the downward movement. So this is just a little delay. It could be this delay. Like this could be too much of a delay. 0.5 was too much. I mean, 0.5 wasn't enough. And 1 could be too much. We can test to see if it works. Just getting rid of that ground check. I was thinking, why not moving 0 using the same thing you use for the graphing mechanic? This is technically, it technically is being handled the same way that the grapple works. It's not the same function, but it's the same technique that I used for it. And he's still 0.7 to 0.75, I think would do it. Maybe even 0.65. Let's do 0.65. I think 0.65. There's a cleaner way I can do this. Like I could change this script up a little bit to only check if he's touching the ground. Like I could put the delay on this script essentially, or have it check only if Zero's downward velocity is above a certain number or something like that. It says 0.6775. Let's see what we got. There we go. There we go. And I could have a trail behind him. Like a trail between teleports. Let's see how this looks in the air. Ah, too high up. And then you follow it up with something. What number is it on? It is 0.65. Like Virgil's air trick, essentially, yeah. I still got to give him air rave, but that's going to be for when Win gets air rave from Dante. Brings him to the ground, which is good. He kind of still thinks he's in the air by the end of the animation. Yeah, I saw that. It was he went into his idle and then he went into the air and then he left the air. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. That's a different issue entirely. So that is on this layer. It's basically he lands, does the attack, and it goes for some weird reason. It should be here and grounded, but for some weird reason, it likes to go here. Or better yet, here, here, and then here. Which I can probably set up a transition for it to skip this and go straight to this. But I would have to do that for each one of these. So yeah, matter of fact, I'll show you. Just for me to make sure, honestly. So what I'm expecting to see is this is gonna light up, then it's gonna light up here, and then it's gonna light up here after the attack. So right now we're here, but it's gonna go here, here, and then there. Let's see. Saw it. Which is by design, it's supposed to do that, but it's if he's already on the ground, it doesn't need to do any aerial feat stuff. It's just skip it and go straight to that. So what's happening, we can probably speed it up by, and this is just extra stuff at this point. Not where I meant to go. Go here and speed up the transition. Before I do that though, I saw it in the chat. Save. So I want him to be, let me speed up this transition. Probably like maybe like right there. Speed that up. I don't think this is gonna help. Whoops. Yeah, he still goes. The feet still does the thing. Yeah. Could also be. Oh yeah. I have to assign the value. So this exits at 0.6. So I need to tell this that the exit is. Do it a little shorter. This should allow it to get out of that state faster. And if not, then like I said, the issue isn't really the attack itself, it's how I have the transition set up for being airborne versus not with his legs. Yeah. That time he actually popped up off the floor. Hmm. Yeah. Basically, I just need... I would have to go into this and tell these to skip this. Like make a transition straight into this. I don't think that's gonna work as is. Yeah, it's gonna take some work, some tweaking. But yeah, I am aware of that issue. Other than that, we pretty much got it. The only other thing is the fact that the enemy bounces up too much when he hits the ground, but that's, like I said, that was like an arbitrary number I threw in there. Right here. Something smaller would probably be better, like 3. So easy fix on that one. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Definitely a far easier fix than the troubleshooting that we just went through for this attack. Yo, what up, Django? You caught the very end of it. This went on way longer than anticipated. But we got this to work. It's a follow-up for the lightning move, Raijin. So now, so regular one, just that happens. But if he's in thunder form, we get that. The whole follow-up. So for example, you could jump cancel in this and do that, or there it is. And then keep going. Are you good, bro? It's all good. It only needs thunder lightning effect from the top to bottom in the teleport. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do that when he goes down. Yeah, my voice is starting to go. When he goes down with the teleport, add a little lightning for dramatic effect. Have an idea. See if this works. That's not my idea. It's kind of my idea. The jump cancel timing is so rough at this speed. So I'll probably open up that window. I tried. Wait, actually, yeah. That was the follow up. So this jump. All right, that happened. Then do the combo again. Jump cancel this. And then you can kind of just follow however you want. Yeah, because this is a combo I tried a while back. I tried to do it's the string, jump cancel out of that, throw the shield, and by then the enemy's gonna be like that far away. So throw the shield, Raijin Geki, and then what I try to do is dash cancel out of Raijin Geki and catch him. But now you can just do this. Well, hold on. Gotta get the jump cancel timing right. Come on, Zero. Or if you don't want to detonate the shield, you can just like save it for later. This jump cancel time is crazy. All right, I'm about to make this easier for myself. There it is. All right. All right, you know what? We gonna open up this jump cancel window. I'm trying to give a demonstration. It's the air throw. So actually, that's the ground move I'm trying to cancel out of. Do this real quick and then we're gonna wrap up for today. Jump cancel. We're gonna open that window up a little bit, probably like a couple of frames. Ragnarok, what's up? What's up? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It took long enough to get it to work. All right. Set that up. Switch. Shield. Okay, there we go. Just gotta time that part right. Something like that. Oops. I just like the jump cancel into Raijin Geki. I just like that. And if you can manage to get him high enough up. Well, not too high up, but high enough where you can. Oops. I think throwing the shield actually might be a way to help catch him. Yeah, that's fun. I like it. I like it. Raijin Geki into shield. So like this and then throw the shield. Like that. He did it again. That's the second time we've seen that. He threw 2 shields. The next devlog will be this Saturday. So there's a couple of things I wanted to include in it, but I'm gonna have to cut it short. Like the UI was something I wanted to get to by the next update, but not gonna have enough time. So yeah, also not gonna be live for the rest of this week. Friday I'm gonna be at GalaxyCon. Wednesday I'm gonna be pretty much spending the whole day editing, just to get the devlog ready to go. And I still have to go through Frost and Wind to get their the plus versions of their moves. So like this is gonna get Air Rave, like Dante's Air Rave, and which I think I put it like after the spin, So it'll be the spin first, and then like the 4 hits from Airwave that you can jump cancel out of. And I'm not sure what I want to do with the plus version of this. So I gotta figure that stuff out. As far as the rest of it goes, like I need to add the ice at the end of this. Other than that, it's fine. This is fine. I need to do the ice version of that. Thunder's already good now. Thunder's finished. I'm gonna add a little burst of wind near Zero's feet, and then he jumps up. He's gonna shoot a tornado forward with this. That one's gonna be a burst of wind around him that pushes enemies away instead of popping them up like this. Actually, no, it's gonna pop them up so you can do air, air stuff. The ice one isn't gonna have a pop up. The ice one's gonna freeze them in place. The fire one needs to be changed to push them away from Zero. And the thunder one is gonna put them probably like a grounded state. Like just instantly knocks them to the ground. Maybe push them back. So yeah, that's the stuff I have to do so I can get that devlog edited, because I'm not gonna have any time Friday or Saturday to do any editing. So I really need to get it done Thursday night. I get everything edited, which means I have to 100% start editing Wednesday morning. So I just have the rest of today and then tomorrow to get through all of this stuff, and then it's just straight to editing. Man, he does do a wheel of sabers in the promo art, so technically he can do a throw. You're not wrong. For the ice one, make the ice shoot in every direction after hitting. Maybe with a ground slam, like he does in X2, or with ice, possibly. But yeah, I'm gonna figure it out, especially because I need to really get that devlog up by Saturday. So. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think we're good. Looking clean compared to when we started. Yeah, it was looking kind of rough. Save that. AKA idle dominance. Yeah, I gotta go through these streams and grab those moments out of there. We had some funny stuff happen. YouTube needs a clip feature if it doesn't have one. It needs it. But yeah. So like I said, I won't be live anymore this week. I will be back next Monday, maybe. Depending on how tired I am after the convention this weekend. But in either case, the devlog's going up Saturday. The GG. It has a clip feature. I remember when they added it. Okay, gotcha. It was nice hanging with you. I appreciate y'all being here though. For real. Appreciate helping me figure this out. GG's. Will the Discord come up soon? Yes, Discord is going up same time as the devlog. Yeah, gonna get both of those up at the same time. So it's fun to watch. I appreciate it. So now I gotta pick some mods, which, yeah, I got a couple in mind. My day ones, y'all been in here. Been in here with me. But yeah, we're getting there though. We're getting there. After the attack stuff is done, I may take a little break from Zero and kind of do something, you know, small, quick and easy, because I start a new job next week, so not gonna have as much time, but I still want to get some content out there though, so I may take like a week or two away from Zero, do a smaller project, throw a video out there of that smaller project, and then we're back to Zero. So congrats, appreciate it. But yeah, looking forward to the server. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in there, you know, seeing y'all post y'all stuff, your content, your projects you're working on. But yeah, appreciate it, Chris. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate everybody being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your week. Stay safe in this weather. Stay out of this heat, or if it's cold out your way, you know, stay warm. And yeah, once again, devlogs going up Saturday with the Discord. I'll try to be back on next Monday. But yeah, hope y'all have a great rest of the day, great rest of your week. And I'll see you all in the next one, which I'll do a post about the time, so we good. But anyway, y'all be good, man. Peace.